Hmm. Hmm. All right. Everything looks like it's coming up. And no dropped frames. How about that? Holy cow. I don't really know what happened on Saturday, but by the end of the stream, we had over 200,000 dropped frames. Yeah, it was like 40%. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I think it was a YouTube thing. I think something was going on behind YouTube, and they were getting pinched or something. I don't know. I mean, the only extra thing I did between then and now was I did reboot all my router thingies. But here we go. Let me do some sharing of the stream. Copy that link. Going into here. All right. Getting her all booted up here. Please be patient before we. I've got my new mouse plugged in. The old one, I don't know if it's on screen, but the old one is right there. I was fighting it last night. I'm so glad the mouse came when it came because to my god, it was on its very, very last breath last night. I would go click a window to drag it, and it would double click it, and it would maximize it, right? Then I would go up to try to click it away, and it would double click. It was, oh my god, I wanted to throw the mouse through the window. That's what I wanted to do, but I resisted. But anyway, so now I've got the new mouse on. It's like the same as the old one. That one was a G502 Logitech. This one's a G502 Hero. I don't know where the heroism comes in. It's a mouse. Like, why is it a hero? I have no idea. But it's as close as I could get to the 502. I love the mouse. The mouse is fantastic. So I just got another one. It was like $40. Well spent. I mean, I got some good mileage on that one. I'd love to know exactly how many miles I got on it, but I know everybody and their mother today is streaming the Factorio expansion. I did not get an early copy of that, even though I started my channel on Factorio and have hundreds of videos of Factorio. The channel itself largely ignored by that sort of promotion, just because, I don't know, they just don't feel the need or something. I don't know. I haven't made as much of a mark, as somebody who's done 5 videos that get very, very many views. So it is what it is. We'll definitely be playing the expansion come November. We'll be covering it. Multiplayer, not just single player. Okay, so today is basically the last Vintage Engineering dev stream of the year. Not the last. This is just the last of the year. So from here on out, all of the streams will be game based, right? We're gonna do Vanilla Plus Factorio, then we're gonna do the expansion pack for Factorio. Oh, then God knows what. Probably Tectonica, since that's going 1.0 next month. May even sprinkle in some Farming Sim 25 in there. Who knows? But anyway, yeah, for the rest of the year, because we got holidays coming up, that's going to get crazy. I just decided I need a break from vintage engineering for a few weeks of thinking about it and working on it week after week after week. Just to sort of reset my mind a little bit. And I may still do little bits and pieces here, but I'm not going to stream it. Streaming it is much. I don't get as much done when I stream it because I do a lot of talking and not a lot of programming. But if you have any questions on modding, or the mod itself in general, or specific questions, now is the time because I can answer them far more easily now than I could if it's typing a text message, in Discord or something. It's very, very hard to answer questions like that. So the blast furnace is the last machine in the mod in the LV tier. The last powered machine anyway, or the last big machine. And for the most part, it rounds out LV tier and basically replaces all of QP Tech. Almost all. There are some weird, quirky things in QP Tech that there's not going to be a direct translation of for vintage engineering. QP Tech, there's a lot of sort of branches off of, he would get inspired to look at something and he would just kind of dabble in a direction for a little bit, and then he would get that kind of functional, and then he would move off on another branch. And so there's a lot of, there's a sprinkler thing, and there's a lot of little branches that there's no cohesive, direction of the mod. It's just all these little branches and stuff. And when it comes to the farming side, right, he's got the sprinkler soaker pipe thing. I look at that more. I have fluid pipes for sure. I have fluid pipes. You can absolutely do a soaker thing for farmland. And if nobody does it, I will. But to me, that is more in line with like a farming add-on pack to the mod rather than part of the mod itself. I can make it part of the mod itself, but to me, having it be a farming add-on pack is would make more sense, because then you can not only do the soaker, you could do a planter, you could do a harvester, all of that stuff. So yeah, when it comes to a lot of those fringe elements of QP Tech, I'm hoping that somebody says, hey, let's do that, only let's make it its own mod that depends on vintage engineering, but you can use its power system, its pipes, all of that stuff. It would all work. So that's what I'm hoping on that front. Vintage engineering, the focus is twofold. The focus is machines to craft things, right? To automate things, and power. Those are the two focuses. Power generation. Other mods will use that power in large quantities. There are certain things in vintage engineering that will use a lot of power, like the arc smelter, but not as many as would require a nuclear reactor, right? That is excessive amounts of power for some future that somebody needs that much. So that's my thoughts on that, is we're going to have machines to automate the crafting of materials, to build the machines, to build the infrastructure, and then we'll have power generation. And those are the two main focuses of vintage engineering for its lifetime. There may be add-ons. I may even add on to my own mod, right, down the road. But I want those to be the first two goals, right? Those are the goals in the mod. I don't want to get into feature creep. I don't want to get into, hey, how about this? I don't want to get into, hey, what about this? The two goals of the mod: automation of production of bits and bobs, right? Plates, rods, whatever you want, and power generation. Those are the two primary focuses of the mod. Everything else can come later or from separate mods that people can pick and choose what they want. So, in the blast furnace will eventually be a multi-block. However, in order to test it and in order to get it all working and stuff, for now, it's just a single block. And I can show you here. Let's pull this up. I can show you how it's looking. Now, I want to preface this again by saying I am not a shape or texture artist. If you, hey, look at that one blast furnace recipe, yay! If you are a said shape artist and texture artist, and you would like to contribute something to the system, then I am all for it, and you'll be given obvious credit. Okay, so the creosote oven here, this is going to be the first test block for the multi-block system. It's currently like it's just its own thing right now. You can break it and place it. It uses the base game multi-block, which is why the collision box is. But if I place a item pipe next to it, all my inventory is just atrociously bad. Holy Moses, look at this inventory. Somewhere in here there are pipes. I'm just trying to do this slowly. Pipes are going to be like a bronzish. I don't see them. Why don't I see them? There's the fluid pipes. Where is... Well, that's weird. Oh my god, this is so atrociously bad. Did I, like, put them away somewhere? What the heck did I do with my item pipes? They're not in my hotbar. I don't have a search feature, which is unfortunate. This is weird. I've got machines. I've got just so much junk in said inventory. It's just so bad. All of these are in here because I've been testing the blast furnace. Okay. So, oh, there they are. Aha! Found them. Okay, so the problem with the multi-block is the pipes don't see it. They see this as a different block, right? That actual block is a multi-block structural thingy. When I look at it like this, it reports as the creosote oven, but it's not the creosote. This block space right there is not the creosote oven. There's a built-in system in the game that sort of passes it off to the actual block, which is the very center bottom of this. Now that one, if I dug down, I bet you this one right here, that one is the container, right? So that block is the actual master block, and the pipes connect to it. This one out here, it doesn't. So we're not quite at the level yet to work on the multi-blocks. So I made the blast furnace a single block. And just to sort of practice, or just to have something that I can interact with and that pipes can interact with. So you can see the pipes connect to this thing. Right? So, yeah, I wanted there to be something that I could test. And these two side ones, you can see, are different textures. And again, this is not... I just threw this together just to get something to test with. So those side ports there are for the blowers. And that's what we're doing today, is we're finishing out the blowers. Because the thing itself actually works. I can take 20 of these. This thing heats up. And at 1100, which is what it needs, right, it will start crafting the ingot. And I may or may not have enough fuel time in here, because you can see it's burning down here. I may have enough. But I mean, this is one ingot. If I put more than one ingot, it would craft much slower and you would need more fuel. There it is. Right? So there's the ingot iron. Now it's spit iron out. It's supposed to spit iron bloom out. Right? Iron in. It's supposed to spit iron bloom out. However, it does not, because I have my other mod in here. I have the Ores of Plenty mod in here, and that redirects, that remaps the iron ingot, or the iron bloom, to an iron ingot. This is my test pile here of things I've tested. There's some little temperature shenanigans that go on. The temperature resets after a couple minutes. It doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't go down gracefully like it should. It's just like, 1180, 1170, and then boom, 12. It's just like, for some reason, it does that. Those kinds of problems are just like, yeah, I am aware of those bugs, but I I could spend 3 hours investigating that, or fixing, the functionality in the first place. So, if I take an iron ingot and put this in here, no. Coke. Cat. Yeah, I know today's going to be a frequent lap hopping day. It's cold in here, and she wants to be in the lap. The lap is warm and safe. Okay, so for some reason, an iron ingot maps to an iron ingot. Yeah, see how it's bouncing back and forth? I need to fix that. Because it only does this every 2 seconds. It only when it's not doing anything, it only processes the temperature every 2 seconds. She does spins in my lap. She goes here, and then she goes here, and then she goes here, and then she goes here, and eventually she lays down, and then she looks at me like I'm doing something wrong. She is perpetually pissed off when she looks at me. Okay, so there's a bug with that. I need to, rather than check for my recipes last, I should do that first. But the blower, air blower here. I was editing this shape last night. I just needed something. Give block vent engineering VE blower north 2. So this is another block customized from QP Tech. I need like 5 of these. Trunk east 2. There's some junk in my trunk. Alright, I just want you and you. Look at all that space. Oh, glorious. Take all the things that don't have stack sizes. Machines. Oh, so many excess machines. What happened to my food? I thought I had a bunch of food. Wire, that, and that. Some of this stuff. Building gadget. I don't need that. Building gadget. If anybody out there wants a little pet project, that is a mod that could be updated. It's still semi-functional. It's got a lot of bugs in it because I wrote it before I truly understood how the client server stuff works in the modding system. And so yeah, it predates a lot of knowledge. That is a thing. You can dump those. Black coal. A lot of the stuff is in here just because it is carryovers from previous tests. I don't need the rock sniffer. The scythe I'll keep just in case I move to a new area and I need that. I should have done all of this before I started streaming. I understand. But it is what it is. Okay. At least now, let's get rid of those. I don't need the hammer. I don't need that. Or that. Or the steaks. Alright. Why do I have two diamond scythes? Did I give myself one and then just not see it in my inventory? That sounds like me. That definitely sounds like me. Okay. Now, the lovely air blowers here. If we place one of these, you can see I've got that and that, hopefully in the same spot. So we go there. It should match up. Yep. Now, again, if y'all want, like, to do a sweet-ass version of this, I am all for it, because I am not good at that. Did I put a bunch of relays? I should just give myself a bunch of LV relays. Relay. Give block wire relay. LV power up 10. Thank you. Okay. You're obviously not going to cooperate. Let's put the blast furnace in there. Let me grab that. I really should do my power poles at some point. So this little guy should be using power. He is. Why isn't he on? That animation should be playing. So you can see this thing is pushing power out. Yeah, I don't know why that animation isn't playing. Yeah, again, I'm not a shape texture guy. Like, I just threw this together. You know, I need like an angled, so trying to wrap this thing and angle it down and make it look like it's supposed to, would have just have taken hours and hours and hours of just twiddling with the shapes, and I really didn't want to do that. Okay, so power. For some reason I have power. Why do I have power? Let's do BE blower. Very, very simple block here. If electric that is sleeping, don't do anything. Rated power 0. Huh. How is rated power 0? How is rated power 0? I mean, delta time is 49 seconds. Rated power should have returned, like, many of the power. Like, much, much power. We are on the server. Why is rated power coming back as 0? We're going to F11 into that. Max power per second times delta time. Okay, max power per second is 50 times 49. 2400 power. Current power is less than rate. What? How is current power 0? I'm looking on power. It's 252 out of 1,000. That's not 0. How is that? Machine state is on. I'm just going to do this, that, that. I mean, that's not going to solve the problem, but is it because what I'm seeing? Ow. This is lab visit number 4 today. I've only been sitting here for like 2 hours. Somebody doesn't know what they want. Tail in my coffee. That's always nice. Always nice. Little extra flavor in there. Tail flavor. Um, you know, I've been criticized for putting too many mark dirties in there. I think this might be a case of having not enough mark dirties. On SimTick, blah 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 blah. Let's do how about we do first back to game, save and leave. This is gonna be a bigger change. Yeah, I hear the purrs. I do, but unlike yesterday, I need my hands and I'm talking. So okay, yeah, look at that, 0 drop frames so far. I don't know what was going on Saturday. That was very weird. Um, we need a private long client update millisecond equals 0. So the update bouncer if we do initialize and we say right here client update milliseconds equals pi.world dot elapsed milliseconds. No. What is the what is the thing? Um uh, what is the I know I've run into it. Um, on burn tick. Let's see. It's funny. Sometimes they do it in their code, and sometimes they don't. Um, elapsed milliseconds. Uh, okay, there it is. Yeah, it is. It is elapsed millisecond. Um, so client update milliseconds equals elapsed millisecond. Now we do if client update milliseconds minus bi.world dot elapsed milliseconds is greater than 500. Client update millisecond equals a pi.world dot elapsed milliseconds. Mark dirty true. What this does is it updates the client every 500, well, every half second. I could set this to whatever I wanted. 1,000 would be once a second, would be, forcing the update once a second. But I don't want to, this is going to tick 10 times a second. And I don't want it to do that. Well, actually not. This actually ticks every quarter of a second. Because it's a blower. It's either on or not. Like it doesn't do anything other than be on or not. So yeah, it ticks slower, but I need it to update the client when it does this process. Should I have it use like a minimum of 1 power? If rated equals 0, rated equals 1. Like, I can't use 0 power. I need to use a power. Okay, let's try this. Ooh, I gotta slow down my hands when my coffee is in front of me. I've almost spilled my coffee on myself several times over the years of streaming. Because I do these fast twitch movements with my hands and I hit, I'm not used to having a coffee mug right in front of me. Yeah, see this has 0 power. But when I hook it up, let's do breakpoint. with a condition of electric dot current power is greater than 0. Okay. Now, let's hook her up again. Boom. Now we have 16 power. Rated is 14, which is good. We are getting power. When I deliver power, I always add a little bit to the delivery, so it's not perfectly, because the power per second of the machine is how much power it can take and use in a tick or in a second. And so I am basically, if my power delivery was right on track, then due to rounding errors, you might get a stutter. And so with my power distribution, the power per second, I add 1 or 2, like I round it up, and I add 1 just to make sure I'm delivering enough power to make sure the machine doesn't stutter on and off. Okay, so coming in here, machine state is sleeping. So now I'm setting the state. Machine state is active, now is true. And now animutil exists. This should start the animation. That mark dirty is true. Electric power minus rated. Down to 2. This is definitely going to... Oh, definitely not going to fire. This was 12,474. What? How is... Oh, I think this is backwards. Okay. Yeah. I put these backwards. This elapsed will always be bigger than this one. So let's hot reload that. And F5. That's good. Rated is good. Just because when there's there's a lot of delta time, it's can be crazy. So now we should do this. Mark dirty. True. The animation still isn't running. Why is that? How has this worked like on every other machine but this one? What am I doing wrong here? But the other thing I want to check is the blast furnace now. How do I want to do this? Find matching recipe. So the can smelt this function here. Yeah. So the first thing I look for is an alloy recipe. Then I look for a base game recipe. Then I look for my recipe, my built-in or my custom recipes. And because this is last, it's not able to pick up that recipe that I'm talking about. So let's refactor this a little bit. first, let's actually see. I just want to check. Boink. Matched, it found the smeltable stack. Num active blowers, That's wrong. How is that wrong? Okay, this is the server. Num active blowers. It's up here somewhere. There it is. Facing south. Machine facing should be south. Clockwise face. If I'm facing south, clockwise face should be east, west. I'm facing south. Okay, as long as this one's east. Yeah, there we go. So I think it's on the east side. West. Clockwise. I'm south. Why is clockwise going? North, east, south, west. Why is clockwise? Oh, it's... Okay. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Get block entity. Left side. Which is west. I don't think we'll bring anything. Right side should. Yeah. Right side is. So that is null. But this one, B blower, right side dot block dot variant. This is east. Clockwise face is east. Right side dot block dot variant of side. Oh. West. So I have these swapped. Yeah, I have these swapped. The clockwise and the counterclockwise face, I think, are swapped. Because right side dot block dot variant is west. I wonder if that is the same if it's north facing. Okay, this is why this is 0, because output is 0, so it's not picking that up. So if I go counterclockwise there, and then clockwise there, and then F5 that, and go through all of this again, right? And then right side is the blower. Now it's saying west, and then this one is west. So now output is 1. Now the num blowers is 1. Total craft time Now total craft time, instead of 30, it's going to be 27 because I'm shaving 10% off for each blower. Temp goal, get melting point. That doesn't change. Now the burn tick, because now I have a blower, delta time is crazy high. Oh, that hurts me. So num active blowers is now 1. Let's cancel that. And of course, it's completely. Oh, look at that, 160,000 degrees. That works. Okay, so num blowers should be 1. Remaining burn time is non-existent. Fuel props, nothing. Current temp is basically nothing. And then I need to take this away. Yeah, there's a bug with the thing. The machine resets really fast. I'm focused on getting shit working right now. I'm not focused on polishing that experience necessarily yet. Okay, so the reason why this is not working right now is because there's no freaking fuel in this thing. So let's dump a little bit of fuel. There we go. Now we can put one there. And this has a burn temperature of 1300. Yes, this is modded. I am aware. Let's put that in there. Now num blowers is going to be 1. Remaining burn time. Okay, so let's do that. That triggers the fuel, right? That consumes the fuel for that tick. Now we're going in here. Now we have some remaining burn time, right? That charcoal is now burning. So remaining burn time. Now the delta time is getting adjusted. It's burning faster, right? So what I do with the burner or the blowers is, there's a trade-off with the blowers. And that is the fuel will burn 10% faster for each blower. But the temperature coming down here, right? The temperature will increase by 25% per blower. So you're burning at 10% faster, but your temperature increase goes up 25%. So you get at best a 50% bump in temperature with a 20% increase in burn time, or burn speed, I should say. So it's a kind of a trade-off, and the vanilla, the coke in vanilla is the highest burn temp at 1340, right? And so with 2 blowers, active blowers, they have to be powered. Blowers, if they just exist, they're not active. With 2 blowers, it's 50%, so it's 2010 degrees. I don't think there's anything in the game right now that exceeds that in terms of what temperature they need to melt. So it increases your burn temperature artificially. Current temp, the current temp is going to go crazy. So we can take that away. Put that in there, and see, it's supposed to go down slowly like this, but for some reason sometimes it's derpy. Okay, now we need to fix the recipe thing. So recipe wise, can smelt This is the thing that actually manages it. I want to take this entire block and move it up above here. So we're going to check our recipes first. Now, I only have one recipe defined right now. And that is for steel. So if I go in here and go open recent recipes, blast furnace, steel. Oh, yeah, I had a typo in the directory I had to fix. Recipes, blast furnace, steel. So this recipe is built, right, in a way that will use the base game materials to give you blister steel. I'm not giving you regular steel. It's still blister steel with this. I'm planning on having it be blister steel. So it's not super convenient and easy, but it's still fairly easy. But you're going to need the blowers. You're going to need 2 blowers for the steel, and you're going to need coke, right? Which means you're going to need coke ovens, and you're going to need a piece of coke for every piece of steel, and, you know, obviously an iron ingot. So that's kind of how I balance this. Is it's 1-to-1 in terms of like ingot to coke. And then you get out a blister steel, which then you still need to process. Now, you can process this if you want in the kiln, right? So the kiln requires 1200 degrees, 30 seconds, and it will basically bake that blister steel into steel and giving you a little bit of metal bits back in a variable amount. This uses a lot of power, by the way. You know, power per craft, 250. It's a decent amount of power. But yeah, obviously you can also process your iron blooms in this machine as well. So the kiln can do bloom. If you have an abundance of power, you can process these as you want. Now, the steel itself, I can obviously change power per craft. And this is per ingot, by the way. Power per craft. This is craft time per item. Same with the creosote oven. 30 seconds per item. So it's going to spit every 30 seconds. It's going to spit a blister steel ingot out. Now I want to look at this was a... Oh yeah, it's a mod. I need to go here. Data. Mods. Ores of plenty. I can probably get rid of oil deposits. Don't need that anymore. We're depreciating that mod completely. Ores of plenty. Open this. Assets. Game. Patches. Wait, which mod? It's not Ores of Plenty then. Random changes. Assets. Game. Patches. Okay, now I'm confused. Which mod of mine? Rock to gravel, seed farmer, stack sizes. What? What? Which mod of mine is it? Flexible tools? This might be it. At this point, I'm just guessing. Nope. One of my mods changes the iron ingot. I could have sworn it was my Ores of Plenty mod. Let's go back to that. I could have sworn it was this one. Why all of a sudden are you giving me the big icons? Jesus. It's like, oh, you want big icons now. No, I don't. I really, really don't. Fertilizer. Give me redwoods, gold ore, lava bucket, silver ore. Is it? It must be in here. There it is. I bet you anything it's this. Melting point. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So it reduces the melting point of iron. And it redirects the smelted stack to iron ingot rather than iron bloom. So if can I just rename this within the zip file? No, I can't. Of course I can't. Ores of Plenty. Let's go to Ores of Plenty. Here and here. Ores of Plenty. Mod. We're going to do mod info 3.2.1. Assets, game patches, resource ingot, iron ingot. Let's do direct iron ingot dot disabled JSON. Yeah, I want to change it. I don't think the game will load it if the extension is wrong. This will be a test. And only a test, since I'm doing it on my local system. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that this does. It adds gold ore and silver ore deposits. Yeah, the gist for fun is some things. I won't get into it right now. If you want to customize it and look at it later, a lot of these I keep in there just because if somebody wants to learn how to do JSON patches, the more raw material they can look at, the better. So yeah, a lot of these were built. The ones that are named like this were done with the tool that ships with the game for patches. I have since kind of figured out how to do it myself. Okay, so the mod here, Ores of Plenty. What is this? Oh, test mod. Mod. I think it's just this 3.2.1. Yeah. So, damn it. Mod. So we got to do compressed Ores of Plenty -3.2.1. Okay. And And then go here, and there, and delete. There. Now we can try to see what happens in here. This is gonna bark at me. There's gonna be a lot of errors in here because I got rid of that oil mod, and so there's like, oh, what happened to all the oil? Because I used a different name for oil, and I'm not gonna remap it because, you know, I think only about 100 people have used it in the world. So, you know, a bunch of their oil disappears. They can regen it. Okay, so if we go in here, why does this open up? I don't open it. Why does that open up? Go away. Now this should map to, no, not iron ingot. Why is this mapping to iron ingot still? If we look at iron nugget or something, can I please? Iron. This game really does not like complex search parameters. So if we look at, say, hematite, it's still 1100. So did it load? Did it load that file? Why can't you search this window? Right? Why can't you search in here? Okay. Now, okay. So I guess I just have to go Ores of Plenty, Assets, Game, Patches, delete. Let's see what happens now. There it is. Smelts into iron bloom. All right. So now we're smelting into iron bloom, and it requires 1492. This goes to 1300, but it actually is going to go over that, right? Because we have a blower on there, we're getting a little bit more oomph out of our blower. A little bit more temperature out of it, which exceeds now our 1482. Is that, yeah, 1482. So, now my charcoal, which I boosted the temperature of, goes to 1625. And now we get the iron bloom, right? Which is glorious. But I have a special case in this, when we have two blowers, I'm really hoping. Did I put the other blower? I bet you I put it in a chest. I bet you anything. Oh, no, there it is. Yes, there's no... I don't have any detection. I could detect, see if there's a block in front of it, and not work if there's a block in front of it. We'll get to all that. Okay, so now we have another blower, and we'll see what happens right after I get back from a bio break. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Sometimes you just gotta go. Okay. So, this guy's got plenty of fuel, which is good because reasons. Probably gonna need another one of these. Maybe. I mean, it's gonna produce whatever. Anyway, so I have a special case when it comes to the iron, and I want to test that now. So let's do can smelt, and we are going to put a breakpoint here, and we're going to power this, right? It bothers me that the animation isn't playing on these. I don't know why that is. But now if we put Let's take the iron bloom out. This doesn't... doesn't do anything. I just wanted to reset its temperature because it was way too hot. Now let's do this again. Now when I put in iron, it should map. So there's that, and recipes, good. Now we check if it matches. It doesn't. And we're done. And then we check the alloy recipes. Get matching alloy. So there's no alloy recipes, obviously. This is a base game thing. Now we go through, check that. So let's run to cursor. Now the matched, right? The match is going to come back as iron bloom, right? So this, now we should have 2 active blowers, and the code.path.contains iron bloom is true. Because now, this is why I deleted that file. Now, this should actually say, I've got 2 active blowers and I'm making iron bloom. Rather than doing that, right, I want to grab the iron ingot. So match now is going from iron bloom. So now matched is iron ingot. And I don't adjust the stack size. I just adjust what it is. And now I set that to the iron ingot. Which should now, right, craft. And now because we've got 2 blowers, the temperature is going to go up even higher. And yeah, I used charcoal. I could have used... So the more blowers you have, the lower tier of fuel you really need to put in there, because you get that boost. So there is an iron ingot, and now see how the temperature reacts like that? It's bizarre. So now we got an iron ingot instead of an iron bloom because we've got 2 blowers on there. Okay. So how do we want to prevent this from happening? I don't want this thing to constantly try to presses into, extrudes into. Industrial firing. Hey, look at that. It worked. Oh, I love. Thank God Blue Lightning did that, because I would have not figured that out as easily as he did. Man, he's just beautiful programmer. I need 10 more. If I had 10 more like him, we would push this mod out so fast. Oh man, I could get so much done. Or we could get so much done. Yeah, iron ingot in the VE extruder. How can I prevent that? First, let's do this and this. Test this out. So now it's going to be, now it wants to be 1482. But we have 2 blowers on here. So this should craft blister steel. It's amazing that this works. I just, every time I get something working in this mod, I'm like, oh my god, it works. Like, it works. It actually works. But yeah, we've got 2 blowers, and they're both running. Ooh. Ooh. Hello. I mean, it works. It's slightly crooked. I got some stuff to fix for sure. Okay. Yeah. I know why this happened. Input slots of 0. This is in the blast furnace recipe. So I need to stop, unfortunately. The reason why this happened was input slots of 0. This is where it tries to grab the temperature. Unfortunately, you're not guaranteed to grab, it's not guaranteed to have that temperature, or it's not guaranteed to have anything. So I need a routine. See, this is the recipe itself. So we're not in the block entity, nor do I pass the block entity in. So the recipe really doesn't care about anything other than the slot. So I do have access to the slot. So let's do a quick function here, and let's do a public float get input temperature, and then item slot inputs. Okay. Now, we are going to need to pass in the API because the stupid get temperature call requires that. So, iCore API. So unfortunately, it can't be static because it requires an instance of that. So float output temp equals 0. For int I equals 0. If inputs of I is not equal null, and inputs of I dot empty if output temp, well, let's do this. Output temp equals output temp is less than inputs of I dot item stack dot collectible dot get temp API dot world. Item stack is inputs of I dot item stack. Okay. So now, let's just grab this because I don't want to have this call float item temp equals that. Stop guessing. Inputs of item to get temperature. Now, what does this get temperature do if there's no temperature? Collectible. Do. So it looks like I don't know why it saves temperature last update. Why not just have the temperature? Why does it have a temperature last update? It's really weird. But yeah, I think it defaults to 20 if no temperature exists. Right? So get float, it defaults to 20. 20 is like the baseline. So get temperature will at the very least return 20. Output temp equals output temp less than item temp question mark. So if output temp is less than item temp, we want output temp to equal item temp. No, do we want the lowest heat value? Or should we do, well, the way that I manage temperature in the machine, everything should be the same temperature. It really should. Everything should be the same temperature. But in case that it's not, do we want the highest or we want the lowest? I think we want the highest. And because of how it works, it should be only a few degrees. Item temp equals inputs of I dot item stack dot collectible dot get temperature. Now, output temp equals output temp less than. Okay, so output temp is less than item temp, right? Output temp then equals item temp. Well, if output temp is less than item temp, output temp equals item temp, and then return output temp. Because I don't need to set this equal to itself in case that it's false. I only need to see if it's, different. So, yeah, this should get the temperature of everything. And it's a null check on the item slots. So it shouldn't process any item slots that are null or empty. So now we can do a get temperature up here, right? Rather than try to hard code the item slot of 0, which was just a bad idea to begin with, get input temperature API input slots like that. And then bam, we have set temperature for the main output of that temperature that we just picked up. Now, in order to maintain the integrity of the input or the output temperature, see, this is just adding to the stack size. Because the recipe, the TriCraft now only processes one iteration of the recipe. And right now, all the other base game smelting does the whole thing all at once. I haven't really tested that yet, but I will. So this will just do like one steal, 30 seconds later, like another steal, 30 seconds later, another. So it's going to be like very slowly trickling in. Whereas the other recipe types, you put a bunch of nuggets in, they all heat up, and then basically how is that going to work? All the nuggets heat up, the craft happens, the duration of all of those ingredients. So they have to heat up first, then the craft happens, and then bam, they all dump into ingots all at once. So it's not the way that I want it in the final version of it. I wanted to trickle the ingots out, but I needed to get it actually working first. And then we can work on polish and making it pretty and all that kind of stuff. And I'm out of coffee already. How is that possible? I drank 6 cups of coffee in an hour and a half. That's gonna come back and haunt me, I think. I drink it way too fast. Okay. I wonder if there's any other instances of me assuming the input slots. Okay. If not val equals null and not valid dot empty. I don't think I need this, but we're gonna do it just in case. Just in case. Yeah. Now there's the cat in my lap again. This is lap visit number 4 today. Who knows how long it will last? And there she goes. I don't understand how our little mind works. I just don't. Okay, so yeah, I think that's good to go. Since we look for a regular recipe first, then I pick up basically like, hey, we have that first. Then we need to look at alloy, but let's look at ingot. Not a block, it's an item. Resource. Ingot. Oh, that's a typo. This is telling the game 20 ingot nickels equals an ingot nickel. That's an error. These should all be ones, right? But the fact that these are 20 is a massive bug. But I think that one of the things we could check is if the item code if the item code of the ingredient equals the item code of the output, right? It's not a valid recipe, right? It's just not. I how do we programmatically define that? This here just verifies when we get into the single smeltable stack here. This just verifies everything. Yeah. We want to do. We want to do like a validate. Just because do we need to validate an alloy? I don't think we do, because this is specifically looking at alloy recipes, right? These are very, very specifically looking at alloy recipes, and alloy recipes. If you have a single ingot in, you might be able to alloy the actual ingots. That's certainly possible, but the inputs and the outputs, you're going to have more than one stack of inputs. So the alloy input each slot will be the slots could be different inputs. You could have like four tin and like a copper, and whatever the tin bronze is. Let's see. Yeah, I think this one here is the main one that smeltable stack equals matched. Now, what I want to try to prevent is people yeah, let's do something public bool validate inputs. And just to be item slots, let's do iWorld accessor world item stack inputs. Item stack output. So I want this to validate I could either do an enum here or something like an int. Like int, if I return a 1, it's valid. If I return a 0, it's invalid. If I return a -1, blow up the world. I don't know, whatever. Almost it's like a code that returns from validate, because I want to not only validate, but I want to ensure the ratio is good. Because if you put in, it's a flat like 20 nuggets per ingot. So what happens if you put 21 in? Well, I have a warning in the block right now where if you put 21 ingots in, it's going to give you a warning. It's going to say the ratios are off and items will be wasted because right now it's coded, it clears the inputs. Like if you're just smelting copper ingots and you put 21 in there, it will clear all 21 and only give you one ingot. It's not going to give you 1 point something ingot. It's just going to give you one ingot because that extra 5 units of that extra nugget, that extra 5 units does not equal another ingot, so it's wasted. It will eat it, and then it will basically void all of that and give you one ingot out. So, in my mind, and I'm open to feedback on this, I actually welcome it. Is that a good solution to this? It's up to the player to manage this. It's up to the player to know how this works and to know what to feed it, right? If you're going to make like an alloy, you're making tin bronze. You need to know how many of the things to put in to make tin bronze, and you need it to be a multiple of 100. So, I could make it unforgiving and just, it's going to print that warning out, but it's not going to stop the craft. The craft is going to continue. And just going to assume, I want to avoid all of these, go for it. And I'll show you that in a second. And it's up to the player to then rebalance the input and say, oh, I only want this and this and that, right? You're going to need to know how many nuggets of each thing to put in order to get the alloy that you want. So the percentages, when you look up like tin bronze and it gives you that percentage, you will need to know how to translate that into this many nuggets and this many nuggets and this many nuggets in order to get that alloy a multiple of 100, right? So my instinct is don't babysit the player. Don't do that. Let the player decide, or let the, kind of encourage the player to know what they're doing when they use the machine. Because when it crafts the ingot, it will void everything and craft them all at once. Now, down the road, I may implement like a hidden slot where essentially all of the metal fluid goes into, and then that the ingots are crafted one at a time from that. But you wouldn't be able to craft more metal until it's empty, right? But that's a feature that I didn't want to do right away because I wasn't really sure how we were going to handle it. This blast furnace is meant to be very, very simple. And just easily interacted with. Go in, dump a bunch of nuggets in, and have it, you could fuel it, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so validate inputs. We are going to then go string input code equals nothing. Well, whatever. Input code for int I equals 0. Inputs.length. If inputs of I does not equal null, and inputs of I dot empty. No, Jesus Christ. It's not dot empty. Because these are the stacks. Oh my God, I have a gnat flying around here. Of course I do. Really? Why are you flying around me? My entire apartment is big and vast. Why are you flying around me? Okay. So if inputs of I does not equal null, then input code equals inputs. Come on. Inputs of I dot collectible dot code dot path does not equal input code question mark. What is why are you string.empty, whatever. Input code. So if the code.collectible.path does not equal input code, how do I want to do this? If input code equals string.empty inputs, well, if input code equals string.empty input code equals inputs of I dot collectible dot code dot path. I'm excluding the domain. I'm just including the path. For reasons. So if input code equals that, then set it, because that the first time it runs through this, it's going to grab that. Now, else if input code if does not equal inputs of I dot collectible dot code dot path. So the first time it runs through there, it's just gonna set the input code. The very first stack that it runs into, it's gonna set the code. Then if the next time it goes through, if the next item, if there's multiple stacks, if the next item is not the same item, which means this is maybe an alloy or some other weird shenanigans, return false. Because it's obvious that we're not smelting something necessarily base game. It's either an alloy, and an alloy is a special case because you can use ingots when you do alloys. You can smelt them down in the varying ratios that they exist. So if the input codes are off, return false, because I know for a fact. Now, if we make it through this whole thing, that means there's one item. Let's say it's just nuggets of hematite in there. But what I'm specifically looking for is the input code is the same as the output code, right? Ingot iron makes ingot iron. That is a pointless craft because it's the same thing. All you're doing is basically heating an iron ingot. So here, if input code equals output dot collectible dot code dot path, return false, return true, right? So basically what this does is it's looking at all of the inputs. If the inputs are not the same, right? If you have ingots of iron and you have ingots of titanium, right? Those are two different things. Obviously, if those two melt together, there's probably some kind of alloy involved. If not, they're invalid ingredients anyway. Return it false. That's what this one does. If those are off, right? But if we get through, if you have an ingot of iron in each slot, then it goes through and it's like, okay, well, this is an iron, this is an iron, this is an iron, this is an iron. They're all iron. Now, is my output also going to be iron? So in the nugget sense, the inputs are nugget of iron, the output is ingot of iron. Those are different things. But if the input is an ingot of iron and the output is ingot of iron, then the paths that the code.path is equal, and then that is invalid because I don't want to deal with that. So, but if it passes this, then return true because then it's validated. Okay, so this is essentially what this is if validate inputs, and this is going to be world, this is going to be stacks, and the output is matched dot output. Right? Else smelted stack. Well, damn it. Smelted stack equals null, return false. So if validate inputs, we're matching the output, right? The output of the recipe that we detect here. And remember, we do override it. But if we match it to the output, then if it's valid, set it appropriately, and then return true. Otherwise, it's null, return false. It's not valid. Don't set the smelted stack and then you want to. We're actually validating the inputs, but we only do that if we make it all the way in here and we have maybe a base game smelt. So, it has to cascade through all of these first before it will validate them. So now this should prevent iron ingots from smelting into iron ingots, which is a complete waste of fuel. But we also need to test, obviously, some other things. So let's pop in here. And we are going to test. We need to test some alloy. We need to test. Well, I already did the steel, so that works. Okay. This is going power. This is going good. I want to make sure this doesn't run out of fuel. You can see how it's ever so slightly dropping because remember these are delivering a little bit like 1 or 2 more power per second than what it's rated as, just to make sure it remains high. But as soon as these top out, right, this one is slowly climbing to 1,000. I could lower that a bit. I should actually lower that a bit. But anyway, so if we put an iron ingot in there, no valid recipe. It's not going to smelt iron to iron, which is nice. Now, if we put an iron and a coke in there, bam. Now we're making some steel. Blister steel, to be precise. And yes, there's a lot of like little quirky things that you could do. You know, making it burn down while there's not doing anything. You know, there's a lot of little quirky quality of life stuff that you can do. But this should make me some blister steel. And if I go over here to my kiln and put that in there, and I'm gonna need to connect this. This uses a lot of power. This is going to use 2 things of power. So yeah, we're heating up. It's going to take a hot minute. Hot minute. This has to get. Yeah, see that this temperature does not reflect this temperature. These are independent temperatures. I'm not. Let's see. What temperature did I rate this at? 1300 maybe? No? 1400? I can't remember what I set this temperature to be. No? No, I'm curious. 15? It goes up slowly. It chews through a lot of power to heat up. Holy crap. What temperature does this need to be at? $1200. What in God's name is going on here? Smelting to 1602. That's what it's going for. Yep. I'm pulling that value from the thing. So the recipe, it just ignores the set recipe value. It's using that smelting temperature. And there we go. This should then craft into blister steel or steel and then maybe a few bits. There is a bug with my little bar here that it just bothers me that the slots don't match up, but let's what? What? Did I just find a bug? Let's go to my kiln. On sim tick. Current recipe is not equal null. Current temp. Recipe progress. F9. We're going to try this again. That was really weird. Yeah, current it's the crafting process itself should tell me what it's crafting. The fact that this didn't work is really bizarre. This should recipe. I want to actually F9 this. We got to wait till this gets 1602 again. Notice how this isn't heating up. I'm not applying the heat to this thing. I mean, it is what it is. So current recipe equals null. Why is that null? Crafting blister. Why is it crafting blister steel? Am I not detecting that recipe properly? Recipe and inventory stuff. That's what I was looking for. Find matching recipe. Onslaught modified, find matching recipe. Can I please jump to that? Thank you. F9. Mod loader, kiln recipes. There's 2 recipes. Blister steel. See properties not equal null. See properties as smelting type smelt. See times that cook. See properties smelt. Ah, this is another case where the recipe set is never checked. Because it's seeing the combustible properties of the item itself first. So what we want to do is F5. We're on the client. We're going to F5 again. We keep. So let's do that. It pauses it, which then we can say, hey, I want to check I want to check the recipe first. Right? We want to check the recipe first. See properties is not equal null, or if combustible props is null and the recipes is null, then return false, right? It does. There's no point in going any further than this if we don't have any recipes and we don't have any combustible props. But we want to check the recipes first, right? We want to check the recipes first. So let's put one in there, save it, reload, back, and then here we go. So we're probably on the client, yeah. So the client, this, we should see that current temp is crafting. Set state. So the current recipe now should be the current recipe is the blister steel, right? We can see the code of the recipe is blister steel. Return true. So we're going to reset it. There it is. There it is, everybody. And it's only getting up to 1200. It's not getting up to the 1602, and I can edit that. I can put it like 1600 or something like that. But it's not going down. It's maintaining the heat. It's just, it should now craft the actual steel and the bits. Current recipe progress is good. Current recipe does not equal null.
output is 1 ingot. Has Roman output. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I'm just checking. I check all the different things. And there we go. We have steel, and we have blister steel bits. And it's a varying amount of bits, so it's... Okay, well, that fixed that bug. That's been a long-standing bug. Like, nobody has reported that bug at all. But yeah, I doubt anybody has actually used that feature. But getting back to this little guy, now, you know, that is fine. If we take that and that blister steel, that's good. Okay. Now let's check bronze. We need to check alloy. So bronzy bronze, tin bronze. Let's check this one. So 8 to 12% tin, 88 to 92% copper. So if we look at that in terms of like nuggets, first let's give ourselves give item nugget copper 100. What? Give item nugget. Oh my god. Tin. It's not 10 bits. It is... I gotta remember. Cas it. I know there's a nugget in here somewhere. Really? You have to have the... Yeah, the search feature of the handbook is pretty bad. Oops. T. Give nugget. Okay. Oh, I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, this is the unfortunate circumstance of drinking so much coffee so fast. Yeah, see, this is chewing through the power. This doesn't have any power at all. Is it still on? It is on, right? So it is on. But now it's barely, it's barely keeping up. It's just enough power to keep these things running. Okay, so 90%. Let's put these away. I think it's 90% copper, 10% tin. So, but remember, we need them in groups of 20. So 20, so if it's 19 copper, and then 1 tin, right? Can we make this movable, please? Thank you. What? Movable. Thank you. So if we have 1 tin, you can see the warning. No. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that was a problem. It's a 0 stack. That's unfortunate. Let's do 19 and 1. And then 18. There it is. You can see if it's out of range, boink, you can get the warning because it's crafting 1.05. So that is the ratio. 18 and 2 is your tin bronze. So let's heat that up. Now we definitely are showing that the blowers on each side are good because it's going way higher. I don't know how. Well, there's one way to control it not crafting so fast. For one, you put more nuggets in at once. 2, you don't put any fuel in. And so why is this a 0 tin bronze again? That should have made 1 tin bronze. There we go. Avoided that. Okay, another thing to debug. Let's go ahead and recipe progress greater than 0. Now we need to check. Oh, this is the kiln. Let's actually look at the right machine. Alloy recipe. There it is. Now let's go to OnSimTick. And we want to recipe progress here. Okay. So I want another 18. Was it 18 and 2? 18 and 2. Now it doesn't smelt. It doesn't cook faster the higher the temperature. I could possibly do that, but it's already going faster with the blowers than it would normally. You know, it's going 20% faster with these 2 blowers running. But now I want to break. Bingo. Current recipe is null. Alloy recipe is good to go. So let's look at alloy recipe. Output is 1 ingot tin bronze. So why is this alloy recipe dot output one ingot tin bronze? Oh wait. Get total output quantity returned. Ha ha ha. Look at this. Oh my god. No, I don't want to dock it. There. This is the number that it actually returned. 0.9999999999776. That's the number that it actually returned. And the game rounded it down to 0. It's literally like okay, obviously that's the problem. So we're just gonna straight up stop that because I don't think I need this. Because the output already includes the stack size. Resolved item stack.clone. So let's actually see resolved item stack.clone. I want to see if the alloy recipe dot output. Okay, let's test this. I want to go in order to get it, in order to like detect it before it actually crafts, we can actually look at the can smelt function, and we can look at this right here, because it will detect the recipe and set the recipe. So depending on how that recipe acts, we can just validate if it's 1 ingot default, and then 2, how to actually figure out how many it is. But the fact that rounded 0.999999 down to 0 is hilarious. Okay, so this here, we want so 18 and 18 is 36, and then 4. Okay, so alloy, this is now the recipe. Output is item stack. You can see the quantity is 1. That's a problem. That's a problem because there should be 2 ingots in there, right? There should be 2 ingots. So output is showing 1. Because the stacks, you can see 4 and 36. Why is that 1 ingot? Let's do... We are on the server still. It's reporting it as 2. Right? So how is this reporting as 2? Get total output quantity. Craft stack. What is the craft stack size equal? 2. Okay. So if we go down here, no, damn tick. So how is this returning 2? The same call on the GUI is returning 2. The only difference is we're not casting it to an int. That's the only difference. Used by. Do smelt. Int units. Math.round. Okay, let's put that in there and see. Int, yep. Okay, so if we wrap this, well, let's do math.round. And then comma 0. I bet you this is the reason why that was. I just find it funny that 0.9999999 rounded to 0 automatically with when we casted it as in. Like, internally you would think compiler would have rounded that up, or something would have rounded that up in the process. But no, we gotta call that. So let's actually go back to the game and then put some more fuel into this baby. Definitely don't want that. That would be way too hot. Now it should trigger. Blink. There we go. Okay, so the resolved item stack is still reporting as 1, but I don't think, yeah, this is the call that sets the stack size. So this should jump to 2. Oh, thank God. Then we set the temperature. So now it's super hot. Output slots.empty is true. Then we set it to output. And then we take out. This is what basically takes out everything. Smeltable stack equals null. And then now we should have tin bronze ingots. Thank God. So that works. I wonder if there is an easy way. Well, let's see if we take a bunch of these. I'm going to take these. Now, when you put these in there, it will report input isn't balanced, right? So you can see 4.9 iron. So we want to put 2 more of those in there, and then bam, this will make 5 iron. and it crafts a lot slower, by the way. And since we have 2 blowers on there, it will make the iron ingot rather than the iron bloom. But crafting time goes up because I'm crafting 5. And each ingot, the smelting time is 30 seconds, I believe. And so it's ramping that up. It's multiplying it by 5. Right? So it got hot. Now you can see the fuel is actually being used faster because we have the blowers on there. Now, if we didn't have the blowers on there, the fuel would last longer. But it would take longer to craft. Because we're shaving like 20% roughly off the time. I believe. Now, if you try to remove these or add to them, let's see what happens. Boink. It's going to slow back down. It's going to heat these up. It is updating, right? You can see how the percentages change. Now it's going to take longer because the time goes up. The recipe timer doesn't reset. It supplements that max time. So if you got it high enough and then removed some ingredients, it would probably craft instantly because it would be removed. Because it would be like, oh, we're done, right? If I took this stack out, it would instantly craft it. Because the timer would dramatically reduce the max timer. It shouldn't crash, but yeah, oh, there's lap trip number 5. Lap visit number 5. Bingo. Yeah, the temp reset. I don't know why it does that. I really don't know why it does that. It really, really shouldn't. Yeah. What are you doing? You've done this so many times. This should be second nature. There we go. Reset. I wonder if I'm wondering something. I want give item get copper 18. Give item ingot 10. I'm wondering. Look at that. You can alloy ingots. I mean, you might be able to do this in the base game. I've actually never done it this way. Yeah. I know this visit's only going to be like 5 minutes, so get the purrs in while you can. Ooh, it is going to be slow. It's going to use a lot of fuel. Woo, it's going to use a lot of fuel. So I could, right? If something is like much hotter, let's think about this for a second. If something is much hotter, if the fuel and the blowers, everything is hotter, like way hotter than it needs to be. This is almost 900 degrees hotter than this needs. So, what are the thoughts on making this craft faster based on how much hotter it is? Right? Save and leave. This will also test to see what gets saved when we load up the game and what happens. Now nobody has actually chatted today, so I don't know who's out there or who has a vested interest in the feedback and molding the mod, you know, or at least giving feedback. You know, if I don't get any feedback, it's very hard to it's very, very hard to figure out what people might want or what people think is fair if nobody ever gives me feedback. So when I say, hey, how about some feedback on this? If nobody ever, even after the fact, even if you're watching this stream a week from now or a month from now, if you post a comment and say, yeah, maybe, after a certain threshold. So in here, this is where we can do it because we look at current temp and we look at temp goal. Now, temp goal, right? The temp goal is, this is the goal of the metal or the goal of the craft. So this is basically like the melting point of the craft. And the current temp can be above that, right? And so we can do, these are both floats, I believe. Float and float. So float temp diff equals temp goal minus current temp. Because we know if we're in here, current temp is either greater than or equal to temp goal. Because this is a catch-all if current temp is less than. So we know in here that we can subtract this from this, and we're going to get a positive number. Or 0. It could be 0. Right? So if we do float, God, I can't type today. Float multiple equals 1F. If temp diff is greater than 100, multiple equals 1.2. 20%. If it's greater than 100. And I know there's a myriad of ways to do this. I'm just, in my head, I have to do this a certain way first, and then I come back and try to make it better. Temp diff is greater than 200. So we're 200 degrees. Multiple equals 1.4. If temp diff is greater than 500, multiple equals 2.0. Oh, you want F's? Stupid compiler. Times temp multiple. Right? So essentially, if it's 100 degrees above, we're doing 20% higher tick rate or 100% higher amount of time we're applying to the recipe. because we're applying the delta time, which is number of seconds. So we're in here. The blast furnace is, I'm pretty sure it's 10 times a second. Yes, the tick listener is 10 times a second. So we're at, delta time here is going to be right around 0.1. It's like 0.102, 0.11, 0.101. It varies very different. But you're right in there. So what we're doing is we're multiplying that by basically 1.2. We're adding like 20% extra onto the recipe time. So it's crafting faster. And the hotter it is, the faster it goes. 100 degrees, I could probably maybe set this to 10%. 200 degrees. Well, I could do 250. This is not Fahrenheit, by the way. This is float. So I'm comparing a float. So we could do 33%, right? And then if it's 500 degrees hotter than what it needs to be, then double the speed, right? Multiply it by 2. Multiply the delta time by 2. That doubles the speed of the craft. So there's a lot of forces at work with this block in augmenting the speed. For one, the blowers, they consume power all the time. There's no way to turn them off. We may introduce that. Well, there would be a way to turn them off down the road when I implement the switches, right? There's going to be a power switch you're going to be able to turn it on and off. So with that, you're going to be able to turn the blowers on and off. But the blowers increase the speed of the craft and the heat the hotter the temperature is. So there's an incentive to have the blowers on, but it uses power. It's a constant draw of power. So there's a trade-off. And then the hotter it is, the better fuel you're using. And if you have blowers, you're going to get up to that massive temperature difference. And I could even do if temp diff greater than 900 F multiple equals 3.0. Right? Or I could do 2.5. If you're 900 degrees Celsius hotter than you need to be, I would imagine something would melt pretty damn fast. You're applying a huge amount of heat energy to something. If the temperature difference could be 0, right? Temp goal minus current temp, this could be 0. So if that's the case, then multiple equals 1. So you're multiplying it by 1. It doesn't actually affect it. So yeah, I don't really want to do a switch on this. I could do else ifs. I could do else ifs just because if it does 1, well, no. This is a cascading. I can't do that. Because if it's greater than 100, it could also be greater than 500. It could be 600 and something. And that's true, and then that's true, and then that's true, but that's false, so it's 2. So it has to cascade down. Let's do 334. It's basically a third. 1 1/3 faster. It's 3 repeating endlessly, but we don't want to do that. So this should technically do it. Now, the whole environmental temperature thing, sleeping, update bouncer, current temp, change in environment and temp. There's something weird, funky going on in here. I think. Because There must be something going on in change temperature for it to just reset the temperature. Because this change temperature, I'm sending in the current temp and the environment temp if it's sleeping. So the environment temp is updated every 5 minutes. So every 5 minutes, I'm pulling the temperature. So in the winter, the machine would be colder on average, etc. So it would affect a little bit. It would affect it a little bit. It's a little bit more, the base game just defaults environment to 20, regardless of what it is. Everything defaults to 20. I, however, try to pull the temperature, and I do so irregularly, every 5 minutes. But the update bouncer here, when I'm setting after a craft, it goes to sleep, it comes in here, and every 2 seconds it's changing the temperature to it's trying to bring it down to the environment temp. But for some reason, it's going from like 1100 degrees to bam, 12 degrees. And it's doing that really fast. So there must be a bug with my change temperature routine. Yeah, right here. No? Is that right? From temp to temp. If from temp is greater than to temp, that means it's going down. But from temp, yeah, it looks like it's num blowers plus 1 times delta time. Yeah. Because the number of blowers, this here heats it faster. Right? Heat per second base, I'm multiplying it by the num blowers plus 1. So if there's no blowers on it, right? If there's no blowers on it, it's just times 1, doesn't have any effect. But if there's a blower, then num blowers, this value resolves to 2. Heat per second is multiplied by 2. Now, what I could do is, well, yeah. That heat per second base might be a problem. Because I think this might be what's causing it. It's just, I'm taking the heat per second base, which is in my blast furnace, 280. Now, with 2 blowers, it's multiplying that by 3. It's essentially saying, hey, 3 times 280 is 840 degrees in a second. I think that's extreme. I thought it might have been this, but the problem persisted before I added this line. This line, when I debug something, delta time, I may spend 30 seconds debugging, and so the next update comes in and delta time is like 30. Remember, it's supposed to be like 0.1, and delta comes in as 30. So my temperature, I had an ingot craft that was like 16,000 degrees because of that. So, yeah, it was crazy. So I think heat per second base, rather than multiplying it straight up like this, I want to num blowers times 0.25. And then I want times 1 minus that. And then right? So num blowers times 0.25. If it's 0, this times, 0 times this is 0. 1 minus 0 is 1 heat per second times 1. If we have a blower, if we have 1, then this is going to resolve to 0.25. We have 1 plus 0.25. So it's 1.25 times heat per second. Now we're only going up 25%. It's heating rather than double, then triple. I could do 0.5. That would be 50% than 100%. I think that might work a little bit better. And then diff equals from temp, let's just spitball. What's 900 degrees? To temp is the environment temp at like 12 degrees. So 900 degrees minus 12 degrees is 888 degrees. Right? So diff is 888 degrees. Delta time plus delta time, so base change 888 divided by 6 times delta time and then plus delta. That's interesting. Not 100% sure why I do that. Because diff divided by 6. Get my handy dandy calculator. 888 divided by 6 is 148. So that's 148. And then times delta time would be so this is if from temp. So this is only if from temp is greater than 480. So it's like super hot, right? 500 degrees. So from temp, well, we already decided from temp is 900. So yeah, we're in here if it's 900. And if it's to temp is 12, which is environment temp, then 900 minus 12, 888. And then this divided by 6 is 148. Times it by delta time, let's just say that's 0.1. Times it by 0.1. It's 14.8. And then you add 0.1. 14.9. I don't know what that difference is. So the base change here in this scenario would be 14.9. So we come in here and say diff, right? Diff, we already calculated, is 888 degrees. The base change is 14.9. So diff is not less than that. This is not a thing. Base change, this is 14.9, is greater than to temp. To temp is 12. So yes, this is a bad line of code. Because base change would be greater than the temperature we're going to. That's bad. That was a bad code. So if from temp, which is 900, to temp is 12, this is true. Base change is negative, which then switches that 14.9 negative. Method absolute from temp minus to temp. So from temp would be 900. To temp minus to temp would be from temp minus to temp would be the same as this, 888. Is not less than 1. That's false. So new temp from temp plus base change, which means we have 900 plus negative 14.9. Then I just add this because again when I when I do this it goes pretty crazy. So how can I prevent when I'm debugging it going to extreme values, right? I want to clamp the value to not exceed 2temp because it's when it's heating up, right? And delta time and I'm stepping through the code, delta time goes really high. And that causes this thing here to just go insane. So that from temp, let's say we're heating up, base change, this value here goes really high, right? If I'm stepping into it, base change gets exponentially bigger because delta time is greater than, could be 30. So you're taking the heat per second, multiplying it by 30. The amount the amount is so high. How can I clamp base change and do it and not break things? Because this same formula I basically use in a couple different machines, like the kiln, the forge, and I think the mixer. I'll use this. So I'd like to be able to clamp something. So before I do the new temp here, what I can do is if base change from temp is greater than to temp, we're cooling off. What can I do to base change to clamp it? How about we do something? If from temp is greater than to temp, if base change is greater than from temp, right? So from temp is greater than to temp. That means we're cooling off. So I don't want the base change. If base change is greater than from temp, which means like, let's say from temp is 900, to temp is like 12. The base change should be, 14.9. But if the base change is higher than 900, then base change equals base change is greater than from temp. Base change equals from temp minus 2 temp. Right? We are probably debugging. DT goes crazy. Okay. And then we do an else. Right? This way, 2 temp, if from temp is greater than 2 temp, else, this means 2 temp is greater than or equal to from temp. Right? So 2 temp is now greater. If base change, well, look at that, it actually knew it. And then 2 temp minus from temp. Base change is greater than 2 temp, right? So the base change should be very, very small. Essentially very small. It's going to be higher here when the temperature is low. So this could be, when from temp is less than 480, so it's just ramping up, base change will be relatively high. This delta time times diff, I'm not taking into account the blowers here. I should be. Because when it's greater than 480, it no longer runs this. It just ignores it, so it slows it down. This base change times equal this. 1 plus num blowers, right? We are multiplying the base change that we've calculated here, so that 14.9 that we calculated here now gets multiplied by the number of blowers at 50% per blower, so it might double that to 28, 29, somewhere in there. So yeah, it'll heat it faster with the blowers on it. But I just want to verify, like, this is what's from temp is greater than 2 temp. We're cooling if base change is greater than from temp, which means for some reason our base change is higher than like some exponential value. I know there's probably an easier way to do this. Base change is from temp minus 2 temp. What essentially this does is it sets the difference on base change to the very value that we do down here, right? This here will essentially give us that new temp immediately. The new temp will be the 2 temp, right? And then we negate it. And then down here, if 2 temp is greater than from temp, which means we're heating, and if base change is greater than our goal, if our goal base change now equals 2 temp minus from temp. So I'm hoping this works. This could fail spectacularly. Hey, look at that. It continued. Whew, that's slow. Okay. Now let's see how it goes down. Well, at least it's not like resetting the temperature immediately. That's nice. But if we just straight up smelt nuggets, it is crafting pretty fast. I want to see if I can capture it just in time. Rest crafting true. Recipe progress is almost there. Burn tick is fine. That's fine. Set temperature. Mark dirty. Temp goal is greater than 0. Current. Boom. Okay. Multiplier. Okay. Temp diff. Temp goal minus current temp. Temp diff is... Ooh. Temp goal. Temp diff is negative. Okay. I need to switch these around. Hot reload 5. Delta time is probably, 54 seconds. So this is going to be a little crazy, but we should actually see. So now current temp minus temp goal, right? Now we have a temp difference of 216 degrees. So now this should hit. So multiplier is 1.1. This should not hit, not hit, not hit. Now delta time times 1.1. Now recipe time is going to be crazy high, right? So recipe progress is now much higher because we're debugging, and that's why. So this one should go in here. Hey Joe, how's it going? I hope tomorrow you're available. I'd like to get the Factorio server up and running tomorrow if we can. So now this is cooling down. What is this? Copper. Okay. Tin, copper ingot, and get there we go. Just to cool those off. So if we look at iron, what's the smelting temperature here? Let's do copper again. So copper has a really low melting point. So if we take this out and maybe put some coke in, the burn duration is pretty slow or pretty fast. So this should go fast, but 1900 degrees. One of my mods changes coke to be that. Now you don't have to play with my mods, but I'm just testing. So this, when this heats up, let's actually double it to make 2 ingots, just to ensure that it's going to take long enough. Otherwise, it might be too fast. So if we put that in there, it's going to heat up fast. Boom. Right? Temp diff is 10. None of those are good. Let's let it heat way up. 1900. Then do this. Right? current temp 1900, temp goal. So now the temp difference is going to be really high, 816 degrees. So we have 1.1, 1.3, and then 2 delta time, right, times 2. Recipe time will be 33.92, 34 point, yeah. So, delta time 1.0 or 0.103 times 2 is 0.206. So, so it did craft pretty darn fast, I have to say. It crafted pretty fast. So let's look at meteorite iron. Now it's 1400 degrees. And so now it's going up. Are my Oh, these are sleeping. I must have run out of fuel. Oh my god. Close that. God. Oh my god. There we go. I didn't have any blowers on the whole time. There it is right there. Now we're cooking. I was like, why is my temperature not going up? But there we go. We have super hot temperatures. Oh, I ran out of... You can see what this is gonna tick up pretty fast the hotter this gets. This is going way faster than it normally would. That was fast for meteorite iron. That's pretty darn good. Let's see what happens with how fast tin bronze, 20 tin bronze ingots. Now, normally, this is like a 30-second craft. And 20 times 30 seconds. You remember how slow this was going before we did this? Yeah, the server Factorio, the way that I've done it, it was more manual. I had to download from their website, not from Steam, right? Not from Steam. I had to download from their website, install it on the server. And then there's actually like a command that you can run, like a server file and stuff. Amazingly, a Nominate server is still up, so I can download some of that stuff. It would very much help. It would very much help if I had a login to the server. If I could log in on a remote desktop and be able to manage this, like, I've done this so many times that it's second nature to me, and it's very hard for me. I have basically, like, what you can imagine as muscle memory when it comes to, like, this is like, I know how to do this, this, and this, and that, and then I'm done. Whereas if I have to sit back and, like, describe what I do, I'll forget steps, right? But it's essentially like, you download the server, you install it, or you download the game off the website, and you install it. Now, there might be a way to do it with Steam. You know, if you have Steam command, but you're going to have to... I don't think there's a way to download the game anonymously. You're going to have to feed it your Steam ID in order to be able to do that. I do believe there was one server we had to do that with. But I don't know. Like, I've never done it through Steam. I've never had Steam download it for me. And I ran out of things and stuff. Let's put some more in there. And And yeah. And so once it's installed, you know, it's basically the same game, but there's like a server, there's a way to boot the server up. There's a way to start the server. But you need to set up you need to basically set up the variables, making sure like you have the right game name and save name, because I generate the world on my local machine and then I upload it to the server, because the settings that I use, I've never gone in and tweaked the settings to generate a map like that. Okay, so this should be 20. Good. And pop this out, and boom, 10 bronze ingots. Excellent. They're super spicy, and for some reason, the temp just reset again. I don't know why that happened. It's very weird. I really wish it didn't do that, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, this actually works. Granted, this is barely keeping up. It's using a lot of power. So, you know, when I finally do get the switches in, I'll be able to manage that a little bit better. But yeah, we have a working blast furnace with blowers. Now, when I get the multi-block stuff working, this is going to be a multi-block. This is going to be basically a 3x3x4, or yeah, 3x3x4 multi-block. The blowers don't have to be. The blowers are fine. But this is going to be a multi-block, but it's going to require the blowers to be able to look inside and see. But yeah. And there's definitely a lot of little edge case bugs with this. Like what happens when the blower is shut down and, you know, it's crafting a recipe that requires them. Stuff like that. You know, little edge cases like that are still in. And then we need to do something with the input and output. So the top, what do you think? The top or the back for fuel? I'm thinking the back for fuel. All right. So the edge, yeah, the edge cases for the So now I think in here let's see. We need to validate. Because this has 3 different recipes that it actually, or 3 different ways of smelting. I can't be specific on only do this if, but burn tick. Let's go back to this. Go to definition. Numb blowers. remaining burn time. Change temperature. So this should automatically adjust its temperature up or down depending on the number of blowers. If a blower shuts off, because the num active blowers, it determines whether or not the blower is active. So if it runs out of power, the blower deactivates and your burn temperature drops. At this moment, I don't think I'm going to really obsess over whether or not the recipe is still valid, because depending on how you balance the recipes, this is the kiln. Yeah, this is the kiln. Recipes, blast furnace, steel, right? So this is looking at the melting point of iron, which is like pretty high. Like what, 1400 degrees or something like that? If we go nugget, yeah, 1482 degrees. There is no fuel in the vanilla game that hits that temperature, right? There's no fuel that does that. The only way to hit that temperature, if you didn't have any of my other mods or any other mods that altered fuel temperatures, the highest temperature base game fuel is coal coke with 1340 degrees. That's still not hot enough to melt iron. However, if you have blowers, the temperature is going to go up, right? One blower would increase the temperature enough, I believe. So 1340 times 1.25 is 1675. So the only way to smelt iron in the machine would be with a blower. It's the only way you're going to be able to do it. And if you have two blowers, you're not going to make iron bloom. You're actually make iron ingot, which is it's a benefit of having two powered blowers. But at any time a blower goes out, the temperature will drop back down again. So you can have a blower, the temperature should drop back down. We can test that really quick. Make sure I'm not a liar. Because what fuel should we use? I'm already... Yeah, let's knock... I gotta adjust this really quick. I think regular charcoal. The 1300. Yep. Okay. So iron. Oh, come on. In here. Right? So it's crafting iron bloom. And it's going to hit 1300. No. Why are you... Let's see when this fuel runs out, what happens. Now the temperature's dropping. Remember, it needs to be 1482. Boom. Craft stops. Right? Now, if I wire one of these up, temperature starts rising, crafting starts happening. Now the problem is, if I wire the other one up, wow. It actually goes to iron ingot. I had that's crazy. It automatically detects that. Now, is it actually going to do an iron ingot, or is that the client updating because there was a block change and it resynced, or is that going to actually craft an iron ingot? I put 100 in here just to it is crafting pretty fast, but you'd imagine, like, I think my mod makes nuggets stacked to 400, so you can imagine how slow this would be stacking to 400. But it would be, you know, you cook up a huge volume of charcoal and you dump it in here with a single blower, making iron bloom. But yeah, it made the iron ingots. Fantastic. And this should be hopefully slowly reducing in temperature. Much more slowly than well, let me trim. I want to see what happens when it hits 480. That's why I'm watching this. Because it should be 480 and then woof, it should like drop really fast from there. Maybe. No, it should drop pretty fast because the base change applies in both directions. So it should go like extremely fast once it cools down enough. Because I want it to cool down fast if it's low, because I want people to need to, you know, burn fuel to get it back up to temperature. Yeah, the fact that automatically updated when I got that other blower working, I honestly don't know why. There's something in there that verifies that blower. And I don't know, like, if it caused a block update or something like that, and it just like triggered the check. Maybe it was a fuel, because if a fuel changes, I might run the find recipe again. I can't remember. So here we go. Should go 480 and then whew, drop. 440. Yeah, it's going like 30 something degrees now. Like, it's dropping fast. It would be faster if I updated it more, but yeah, it would drop much faster. But anyway, that actually works. Let's see. Now, I would love to know why the animation doesn't work with these. It should work with these when they're powered. So if we save and leave, oh, you know, I bet you it's not named right. I bet you it's not named right. So let's open up the model creator. Open shapes, block, LV, blower. Right. I just threw this together. I would love if some people were willing to help with the shapes and the textures. There is design, you know, constrictions. You can't just willy-nilly create a blower that has 6,000 polys. It's just, you just don't want to do that. But I know there's some much better creative people out there that would do so much of a better job than I do. So keyframe, yeah, this is called process. How do I process, code. Yeah, and this close craft I could have gone in and just named it process rather than this, but code and the name, you want those to match. Now let's save it. Exit. Going in here. Yeah, the name and the code, you want those to match, and then whatever you use, you want to put that in the JSON on the crafting anim name and that, or crafting anim code or whatever I named it. And then the animation util automatically tries to play that animation. So either this crashes or it works or it doesn't work. Let's see. It's not turning on. What is going on? Let's break and replace. Bring this out here. What is going on here? Sleeping. Boom. Animutil is not null. Base.block.attributes crafting anim code, right? Craft returned true. What? Why are you not running? What am I missing? Okay. Let's go to SimTick. And go animutil. Active animations. Craft. Value. Craft is the animation. Literally every other machine that I've done this on, it works. Is maybe I didn't initialize the animator itself? Void initialize. Get rotation. rated. Current power is greater than equal to rated. Why is current power? Oh, now current power is 1,000 because of the the fact that I'm stepping through this. Machine state is on. Rated is now 1,000 because it's going to eat up all of that power. Yeah. I'm going to save and leave. I need to use the Banyol one more time. Be right back. All right. Everything is good? Okay. So what could I possibly be missing? The big difference here is maybe I don't need the animutil here. I think it might be here. Yeah. So 7 references. If electric dot animatil. Do I have to initialize it, or is this? Okay, yeah. This is not initializing the animation util. Okay. So if we look at a random, not recipe, no, no. Why do I have this in here? Oh. I just return electric.animatil, I guess. And then do I initialize it? Yes. Okay. The reason why these two machines, the creosote oven and the alloy oven, or the blast furnace, the reason why they're a little bit different from all my other machines is they don't have. Damn it. Why does this not start animate? That is so bizarre. Rather than use the pump, let's look at something a little bit simpler, like the crusher or something. The crusher is actually not that simple, but set state. Start animation. Stop animation. I think it has something to do with the power. Is delta time. We have power. Why is this animation not playing? I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? Setting the state is what controls it, right? If it's on, it's crafting. Otherwise, it's not. Or on, it's animating. Off, it's not. This is null. I need to look at LV generator, set state, F9, block.attributes, crafting anim code craft. A. Start animation, return true. This thing returned true. So now in the generator, this animation util. Okay, so I just wanted to, yeah. So if we do that, and then we look at this, add animations by crafting code, and then if we go look at this, right, and we go anim util electric.anim util. Active animations is 0. Boom. Active animations. It's bouncing all over the place because it's literally running multiple machine updates at once. Why am I setting the state over and over and over again? What is calling this? What machine are we? We're in the generator. Unslot modify. I wonder if it's using a ton of current power rated. Okay, I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. Well, no, I don't know what's happening. This has power. It is on. We're going to pause it. On SimTick, current power is greater than rated power. Greater than or equal to rated power. If electric.animutil.num active dot count was equals 0. No, I can't. Okay, I think I know what's happening. Maybe. I wonder if the client Because when I'm in here on SimTick, when I'm in here, I'm on the server. And the server does not care. Set state. I'm going to make sure I'm not... Okay. Set state. Okay. So we have 0 going right now. We are on the client. Machine state is on. So if we go into this, machine state is on, does not equal state. It just bombs out of that, right? And then we set state again. Now we're sleeping. Now we're on. Now we're sleeping. Now we're on. Now we're on. On. Sleeping. On. So we're bouncing back and forth on machine state because of that power value, I think. That power value, while we are using less power, it's the rated power that's the problem. Because of the fact that it is a U-long and it should be afloat. That's one of the issues. Yes, power is going up. Right? It is going up. But by defaulting that to 1 power per second, right? I'm overriding the value here. That, I think, is the problem, because it's literally the rated power is always returning 1. Well, it's not. It's returning 0. So one thing I could test is blower. Let's do 100. So now it's able to get enough power and it's able to deliver enough power because it's, we're only doing this every quarter of a second. And that's another big problem, is the rated power. It was taking 50 divided by 4. Delta time would be like 0.25. 50 times 0.25. Well, that should have been... Why was this? Why was this returning 0? Is insert. Oh. Is insert. True for inserting power. That helps. It helps to, have it flow the right direction. So now if I debug this, hopefully, maybe, possibly, well, then I set it to 100, so it's going to be using twice as much power. But we will see what this actually does. So delta time is 0.259. So let's see what happens with rated. 26. Current power is 104. Next time, rated, well, is 0. Why is that 0? Why was this 0? Rate. 43 bazillion. Is insert true? Max power minus current power is 1,000. Empty cap less than rate. Return empty cap, otherwise return weight. Rate. Rated is 1,000. Why is current power 0? Empty capacity rate is insert. This should be false. I just realized we're rating the power on extracting it. Like we need to reduce the power by a rated amount. So rated power delta time, this should be rated, this should be 1,000. Okay. Machine state is on, electric power minus equals rated, right? Rated is now 0. Current power is 0. I don't understand why it's bouncing back and forth. This should be updating less frequently than the actual electric network in the behind the scenes. So machine state is still on. Now we're at 0 again. Yeah, all this happened before it even loaded, everybody. So it is on. Why is that animation not playing? I do not understand. Why is it still on? Oh. That's why. Current power is greater than or equal to rated. If they're both 0... it never resets itself. The other thing I need to do is take this one away. So I'm not debugging that one. Okay, so let's break both of these. Okay. Let's leave. How did I handle this with my other machines? Is this bug like pervasive? This is so weird. The blower is like the simplest machine in the game, and for some reason I'm having a massive problem with this. So electric dam, like, this is... It's not actually calculating rated power. Do I do this like universally? Do I not grab the rated power ever? Oh, I literally double clicked the exact same machine. That's wonderful. How about the metal press? On SimTick. Electric at current power equals 0. We have no power, there's no point in trying. So this one just does that. Power to apply. Yes, we are checking if it's less than, not less than or equal to. So you have to have a little bit more power. Power to apply. We are doing that in a float, by the way. Okay, so what we can do is do float rated power equals electric dot max power per second times delta time. Right? That's a U long, but times delta time is going to shrink it down. Let's bring this back down to 50, just for funsies. If current power is greater than rated power, right? Electric power, which is a U long, now needs math dot round of rated power comma 0 cast to Yulong. Now, I'm going to just leave this as is, because in the end, I mean, a base minimum, it's 50 power per second times 0.25. 12 and a half power should be the absolute base minimum. Now, the 0.5, we could, you know, depending on how that should round up. So it should use a tiny little bit more power, which is why the LV generator gives a tiny little bit more power. Now, I could have probably used like doubles for power and had a very similar amount to store. I don't know what the like double.max value is. Double.max value. What is this? That's a big number. 1.79 times 10 to the 308. It's larger than the number of atoms in the universe. So it's a big number, but the precision does not go all the way to the end, right? The what's called the mantissa is the first big block, and then the exponent is very large. But yeah, I used Yulongs just because it's the number is so large. You're never going to use it. As far as power, it's like 19 quintillion power, or like 9 quintillion power, something like that. Or no, 18. It's like 18 quintillion power. So yeah, we round it here. Rated power equals electric dot max power per second times delta time. If electric dot current power is greater than rated power, else put it to sleep. So this subtracts it. But what is going on with my animation? File, open, shapes, blower, keyframe, craft. Ease out. Oh shit. Oops. Those I don't want. Rotating. There we go. Very bored. This is very weird. Interesting, those fan blades are actually going backwards. But, with how he's modeled them, that edge that's on there, that's actually should be the trailing edge as it goes around. So it's named right. Everything there is right. This should be working. Like, I don't understand. Getting this to stop wagging back and forth. None of these are actually down on the ground, so we shouldn't trigger this breakpoint because there's nothing to trigger. It's not on the ground. There's no instances of it. Okay, now when we place it, it should immediately do this. So max power per second. So rated power should be like 12.5. Right, very close to that. 13.9. Well, delta time is what? 12 now. Okay. So current power, machine state is sleeping. We're good to go. So now I'm going to put a breakpoint there. And I'm going to put a condition when electric dot current power is greater than 0. Right? So now we're going to hook it up. So now current power is 48. Rated power is 13. That's good to go. Now we're going into here. Machine state is going to be on. Is active true. Machine state is on. Animation util right now is active animations. This should bring that to 1. Now we're sleeping again. What is going on with this thing? This should be updating me quite frequently, every half a second. But for some reason, my power up there is not changing, even though this should be pushing quite a lot of power into this block. Or is it because the rated is taking a little bit of power every tick, and so it's never able to get to max because it's always, every update it's doing that. But we go electric.animation util, it's showing the active animation. Why? What am I missing? everybody. I've done this. Most of my machines have an animation. Oh my god. I didn't mean to hit that. Yeah. The 14 power, it's because that's what it's taking every update. It's been so long since I worked on that code. Obviously, it's working for this. This is starting on and off because it's producing twice as much power as this thing needs. This is an interesting problem. This is not the bug I thought I was going to deal with today. The blast furnace works great. We already got that rounded out and working, right? This is basically working. This, however, for whatever reason, it is north. It is the default value, and it is on, and it is powered. Active animations. That is coming from the behavior, maybe? Where is that coming from? Or no, it's coming from the base electric block. This doesn't use the base block, so it's not that. Get now let's look at the behavior. Get block. Okay. Base power. Where is active enemy? Is that just part of the animutil itself? Because it's not coming in here. That's the on right there. That's where that's coming from right there. So before that happens, I wonder if it's coming from the animation util. Block entity animation util. No, that's not coming. What am I working on? I am working on Vintage Engineering, a giant tech mod inspired by immersive engineering, immersive petroleum, pipes, eventually mechanism. Like I'm sort of like sprinkling in a lot of the design philosophies from several mods, but yeah. Basically, we've got generators, we've got the blast furnaces, which I worked on today, we've got batteries, we've got all of the crafting things and stuff. Extruder, kiln, crusher, metal press, mixer, forge, all the things, and the pipes. And we've got a pump, liquid pump with pipes, and tanks, of course. We have tanks. And a charger. Ooh, that reminds me. Okay, Angel Belt is not needing charging. But I could get this to cut down a little bit. I could even cut down a lot by speeding myself up and really cut it down. So let's grab this out. Then I can right click it into the charger. Now it's offset because of how the shape works. I use the shape origin, and I could add a somehow like an override, a charger override to offset it, like basically like translate it. That's just one of those quality of life. As soon as it's done rotating, it's charged. Right, you can see it's actually using power and then stops. And then boom, now we're recharged. So now we got a charger. This game is in a custom engine. It's not like Valheim. It's more related to Minecraft than it is Valheim. Valheim, what is that? Unity? Yeah, Unity. This is a custom engine, custom API. Like, if you want to make new shapes, new blocks, it's the model creator. Right? I can open. Let's open my mixer. Right. So this is the model. This is the shape. This is how it's built. Piece by piece, and then you texture it however you want. All that kind of fun stuff. So, yeah, very, very different. It's not Unity at all. So, if you're going in thinking it's going to be just like Unity, it's sorry to tell you, but and this thing on the background of my desktop. This is my cathedral that I built in the game, right? This is all vanilla. Well, not all vanilla, but all the vanilla mechanics for chiseling. So all these shapes and stuff are all chiseled blocks. Very, very cool. The game is phenomenally good. Yeah, the block entities, you can see I've got block entities here. All these block entities. This is actually the meat and potatoes of how the game runs. And then blocks, I've got fewer blocks in here because they're more generic. Blocks are kind of a, every block has the same block, but if it's a machine, a block entity is unique to that specific instance of that machine. But yeah. I would highly recommend starting very simple with like JSON only mod. I've got 13 mods out for this game. There are some people that have way, way more. But you can use JSON patching to do mods. And so like if you go to a patch, you can see like this has quite a few patches. Because everything is, the back end of the game is all data driven. So you can use patches to basically edit anything in the base game or even add more stuff. You can supplement and augment quite a lot. You can do a lot of stuff with just JSON patches. And I would highly recommend getting very, very familiar and comfortable with that system before ever diving into code. A code mod is much more complex. in execution than a JSON mod. So you want to take baby steps if you're unfamiliar with the API. I spent 3 years, 2.5 years, building many different mods for the game to learn all the different steps. Right? The Oars of Plenty mod taught me the JSON patches. The Night Watcher mod and the Angel Belt mod were my first code mods to teach myself how to code, very simple little bite-sized nuggets. And then I have a tools mod that has some custom tools in it, a vein miner, et cetera, et cetera. And then I tried porting the building gadgets mod and the crafting table mod. This is one that I did to try to teach myself how to build a GUI in the game. And once I got that done and working, then I thought I probably have enough experience to try vintage engineering. So for the last 1.5 years, I've been working on this mod. It's a beast of a mod. It's a big mod. By far the biggest I've ever made for any game that I've ever played. So it's a massive project. So I would not recommend a first-time modder diving into a complex mod like this. Start simple and work your way up. You may think you have a lot of experience. You may think, hey, I know C#, but the modding API for this game is extensive. Like the modding API for this game is the most extensive that I've ever seen. And so if you want to know how to piece all these things together, then studying that API and how the base game does things, that's the first step. You can't just say, hey, how do I add a new block? Because there is a huge amount of knowledge behind that on how you actually do that. And I could teach a college class, like there would be homework. You would have to actually do the work and actually research and do the homework in order to advance and say, okay, now I'm ready for the next step. Because if you skip over steps, you're going to run into a situation where you're going to hit a wall, and then you're just going to get frustrated. And we don't want that. We want you to really really jump into it. And some people are faster than others at learning the API and stuff, of course. So yeah, this mod, there's many things that you could do to this game to improve it. There's already a magic style mod called Rustbound Magic. So Vise is doing that. A phenomenally good programmer is already working on that. I can't even imagine. I'm not even as good as that guy, and it just his code is amazing. Some people are just much better at this than I am. I'm really old school, so rendering type stuff for me is very, very difficult. I'm decent at running algorithms, like trying to figure out step by step, like how to craft a recipe. That I can do. But when it comes to like fancy rendering and particle effects and stuff like that, like I'm hopeless. And like I was saying, for some reason I can't figure out why why this is not animating. Why is this not animating? I'm starting the animation here. There's no trigger here for what direction it is. Is there set state? Yeah, there's no client side, server side on here. My blower isn't animating. So yeah, let me pull this up. Open blower. So when this thing is powered, yeah, I'm not a shape person, so ignore my atrocious shape. I have the front of it kind of like I wanted, and the very back of it how it needs to be. But in between those two, I leave that to somebody much more skilled. We do need the power node on there, so I just kind of it looks funny. But the key, like animation, it should actually be animating, right? This should be animating. I've got the animation code. I've got everything here set. Maybe I should. No, I don't think that should be. If I open, literally, like, let's open the metal press and look at the animation. You can see there's the metal press. Again, craft, rewind, repeat. Okay, if we close that and we open another one, how about the crusher? Right? This one grinds, ease out, repeat. So there's not, yeah, version, that's all fine. So why is it the blower let's do set state. Okay. So I don't. Okay, let me see. I don't lock it behind this. If state does not equal, okay. So if let's take this to here and extract that. If machine state does not equal state, then change it. But do this every time. That's one difference. So I doubt this is gonna fix it, but I'm trying to like step by step debug it to try to figure out what I'm missing in the line of things where it's not animating. Oh my god, that did it. It's a little janky. So now why that did it? I don't know. Why that would do it, I don't know. But let's go in and fix. This is again something I grabbed and kind of kit bashed from QP Tech. His was a full block, and I was like, I don't want a full block. This is what it is. So keyframe. The reason why it's stuttering is it's going from. Let's select the right node here. Fan shaft. It's going from minus 180 to positive 180. In 30 frames. So that's 360 degrees in 30 frames is 12 degrees per frame. So if we go minus 180, and then we go 180 minus 12, that is 168. So if we go here, 29 frames, this I want to be 168, right? And that, maybe, possibly, hopefully, will fix that stutter. Because it's resetting, right? So it's finishing the animation and boink, it's resetting it to do it again. And that is where that stutter comes from. So if we take those degrees out, when it resets, it just looks like it goes back to where it was. I don't know why that worked. I don't know why it worked, but something about the state changing every time. If the animation is running, it doesn't start it again, but I think it might have played it through or something and just stopped. Well, it's still stuttering a little bit. There might be a way to just spin it. Yeah, there might be a way to just spin it arbitrarily. Just rotate it, but I don't know how to do that. Again, 3D rendering animation stuff is not my forte. It's going to have to look a little janky until somebody with way more experience than me comes in and tweaks that. But at least it's spinning. I can't believe. So this should, if we break it, run out of power. Let's just verify this. Dude, slowly draining power. There it is. 7 power. It still has a little power because remember, it needs at least like 12 or 13 to actually run. So, yeah, that's why it's not running. It is sleeping, and we are good to go. And that's why those are hooked up, because this is right there. Now, do we want to detect the block in front of it? This is get block info. Now we need to see public bool check for error. Block front of equals api.world.block accessor .get block, and we want this dot position dot add copy of block facing dot from code. This is gonna get nasty. This dot block dot variant of the side. Okay, just check this here. So the variant of the side is like east, right? So you're literally looking, I think, how does this work? Is it the dot opposite? I think it's dot opposite. Yeah, I think it's dot opposite. Because when you're looking north, right, and you place a block, that's the north variant. But in front of the block is actually south, right? You want the south block when you're looking north to test for error. Return front of dot ID equals 0. The block ID of 0 is error. It's just hard coded to be error. It's always error. It's never not error. So the ID, if it's 0, that means it's error. If not check for error, so if it is 0, that's going to return true. Error is true. If it's false, DSC dot append line. DSC dot append line. Now I need where's my error block? I have a bunch of errors. I'll be looking forward to the time I can just not have to update this so much. There it is, error. GUI, error, blocked, error blocked. Requires empty block in front. Requires empty block in front. Okay. So this string is mapped lang.get there. Right? GUI, so requires empty error block in front to operate. And that's what will be printed up on top. And I also want this, right? If is sleeping. If check for error. If not check for error, return. Do not process anymore if you cover it up. Right? Now, unfortunately, this is I don't know how expensive this call is. There's a lot of shenanigans going on in here. That from code, like it's, I don't know. To do that, well, again, this is running much less frequently than a regular machine. This is quarter of a second. But to do that every time, I think maybe we'll only do that here, right? That will limit only if we're viable. We won't actually process it or change our state if the check for error fails. If not, check for error. How about we do, instead of this, because this goes to sleep, we could do this. No, I was going to put it in this if, but then it would run every time again. So, if not, check for error. Do we want to stop it? Because the state is what controls not off, sleeping. If not, check for error. So if we have enough power, but the error is blocked, then set state sleeping. Otherwise, set it. Okay. So this should at least give us some feedback on that and require you to have that empty air block in front. Boom. You can already see it. Requires empty air block in front to operate. Requires empty air block in front to operate. So what we can do is we can pop all of these out and go here, here, and here. And there we go. These are now not aired out. And if we power them, obviously it would supplement that. But if we place boom, boom. Because these things are ticking. They're ticking even now, right? They're ticking even now. And so that is that check when the the thing on the screen, the GUI on the screen, that's being rendered and run every frame, right? That function call is being called every frame, and so it's rechecking that when you're looking at it, which is why it updates right away. And then if it was powered and blocked, it would receive power. It just wouldn't consume any, nor would it show as active. So we can try that here. You can see it's not using power. It's getting power, but as soon as we break this, now it's using power. Right? Now it's using power. It's going up much, much slower. Much, much slower when it's using power. Right? So it's fully maxed now. If we break it, right? Boom. Now it's actually running. So that works. I love when a little feature like that comes together. It's so nice. It's so nice when stuff works. I just love it. If I could actually model stuff to look cool, that would be even better. But, you got to take what you can get. Um, and now it goes to sleep. Okay, that feature is ready to go. Yeah, I think for the most part, this is ready for testing, at least. Again, weekly builds when they're available. Sometimes they're not available. Sometimes I got a pretty critical feature, something in flux, and it's not fully implemented yet. So I'm not able to do a weekly build. But weekly builds are supporters. It's a perk of being a supporter, patron, or a channel member. So that's one of the perks. And then I do monthly community releases. So at the end of the month, I'll do another community release on the ModDB, and that will be hopefully a little bit more tested. I don't know how many of the people who get the weekly builds. I don't know how many of them actually test the mod, but yeah, now that it's working, the creosote oven works, the blast furnace works, the blowers work. Yeah, the recipes are good. I'm trying to think of anything else that I might have missed. I think that's about it. Any other questions? Now's a good time to answer questions. If you have specific questions on how to mod a specific thing, if you have generic questions, go feel free to ask those. Before we end here, I'll give a couple minutes to for the streams and stuff to catch up. So anyway, if there are no questions, yeah, and now's the time to ask, because this is going to be the last development stream this year for the rest of the year. From here on out, we're going to be doing games on Wednesdays as well as Saturdays. So my stream schedule is usually Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesday streams are usually not as long as Saturday streams, for various reasons. But yeah, from here on out, we're going to be doing games on Wednesdays as well. I need a little bit of a break from streaming development. I'll probably still tinker on the on the mod behind the scenes. I'll probably add or try to add a couple little features here and there. But basically, what I want to do is get this as tested as possible, because this rounds out LV tier. This is essentially this fills out all the machines for LV tier that I had planned. I basically wanted to cover all the base game crafting systems, the way to craft, and introduce machines to allow you to do that, and then expand a little bit on what you can do. Right, you got the pump, you got all the pipes, all of that stuff. But yeah, this really helps streamline the base game. The late game crafting stuff. One thing we could do really quick is look at the inventory and look at the blast furnace inventory and go can contain sink slot, source slot, get auto push into slot. So at block face, if we want to say, okay, I already do, is fuel and block face is up, then return the fuel slot. otherwise return the item slots. And then get pull from slot is slot of 5. So 0 to 4 or 0 to 3 is input, 4 is fuel, 5 is output. So pull from slot is our, it will always be 5. But yeah, you could put if you're just, let's say, doing a copper line, you could put them into a chest, put the chunks into a chest, have the chest go to a crusher. Crusher is set on nuggets. Those nuggets then go out to another chest or directly into a machine, namely this machine, smelts it into copper ingots, right? The copper ingots then, because they come out heated, those could automatically go into a metal press, with the metal press set at nails and strips, and those nails and strips get output into a chest, and so you input copper chunks, out comes nails and strips, right? That is all possible with this mod, right? You put in things over here, out comes the finished product. Now, there could be some waste depending on how fast you're grinding as you're adding material. Now, there are inefficiencies that are in there. So you could have a manual step manually inserting the nuggets into the alloy thing, because they're made in batches, right? It's going to smelt all of the nuggets all together and then dump all of them all at once. And I do plan on having it slowly trickle out the ingots one at a time. But I need a way to manage that, because it's not universal with how alloys work. You can't just take out, when you craft one ingot of tin bronze, remember, 18 nuggets of copper and 2 of tin. How do you, if you're crafting one ingot or 2 ingots, let's say there's 36 of copper and 4 of tin, and 1 ingot goes out, how do you manage that? Or do you do it all at once and you have an internal buffer, and then you slowly drain that buffer out? That's kind of how I was planning to do it, and it wouldn't allow another smelt to happen until that buffer was empty. But then I would have to introduce a button on the UI that would clear the buffer in case you if you calculated wrong and there's some variable amount in there. There's 0.25 of an ingot. It's not going to be able to pour it out. And let's say it's a 0.25 of a tin bronze, and you want to melt some iron. It's going to say, hey, this is going to melt into iron, and you have tin bronze in there. It's not going to. It's a no-go, right? You're going to have to need a way of managing that. And so the LV tier, while automation is possible with a lot of things, it's not driven towards full hands-off AFK automation. I didn't want to give you the best possible thing right away. I wanted to work up to better and better ways of automating as you go up the tiers. So the first stage is there's still manual things that you're going to need to manage on your own, right? As a player. That is on purpose. Coming in and saying, well, it doesn't, if it smelts too fast and it wastes nuggets, that's on purpose. It is on purpose. Where you're going to need to manage that yourself. So especially with alloys are very tricky. Because of how the machine operates, you want to do a lot of ingots all at once, especially if you have blowers going and you're getting the temperature, and all of those things combined all make that machine really, really powerful. So you need a little bit of a manual management to make it to offset that a little bit. Now when we get way down the line into the HV tier and the arc smelter, that baby it's going to handle things differently. Unlike immersive engineering, where arc smelter crafts into ingots, what I'm going to do is the arc smelter is going to smelt it into molten metal, and that is going to go to a casting basin. And the casting basin, you're going to be able to pick and choose. I'm going to cast this into ingots. I'm going to cast it into gears. I want to cast it into nails and strips. Like, you're going to be able to directly cast it from that. But that's HV tier. That is several steps away from what we're doing here, right? That is a better way of doing it than what we are doing it now. So, you know, it is what it is. So, there are big plans for the mod, and we are just now done with the LV tier. I say done. I say done is a misnomer. It's not done. It's machines of the things the machines are in, right? There's probably bugs and there's probably little features like a wire. I want to implement a wire pull. Somehow I need to look at how to do that. And you know, figure out some way of having a tall wire pole to run wires on. So that is something, but it's not a machine, right? It's just a block that you place things on. Like, it's not super vital. Outside of that, I would love people to test once it's out in the community. Again, it's going to be. I'm not gonna dive into the next tier until next year, right? January next year. So I want to give plenty of time for people to find bugs, to find little quirks, to find edge cases, and then over the next couple months, I can address those and slowly work on all of that. And by the time we get to January, you know, hopefully a lot of things are going to be addressed and fixed. And I want to give my time, you know, give enough time to address that, as well as crafting and balance and all of that. Because LV tier, you know, a lot of people may stop at LV tier and they won't even need to go on. But MB tier is going to be its own nightmare. The big feature of MB tier is going to be the multi-block building feature. I have no idea how I'm going to do it. Honestly, I thought somebody else was going to do it. Somebody else had volunteered to do it and they backed out. So it's unfortunate, frustrating, but I'm going to have to go head first into this and see if I can figure it out. If anybody out there wants to help, the design document for the multi-block system is a part of the GitHub repo. So you can look at the design doc folder and there's the multi-block system in there. If you look at that, it's an open document, but I use LibreOffice. And so you can look at that and see kind of what I'm going for. Now, I may wait a little bit for 1.20 because they've fleshed out the features that I'm going to be using in 1.20 quite a bit. One of the features is the MIDI dimension system, stuff like that. So I'm wanting to look at that a little bit. But MB tier, aside from the multi-block system, the big part about MB tier is more power development, more power production, and basically like oil refinery and diesel and, you know, maybe plastic. Like, it's gonna, you know, the sky's the limit on that. The oil is already in the game. The oil is already a part of the mod. I already did that feature. So anybody who's using the mod will see oil wells in their map generate. And the oil refining process, you know, I don't know what the balance is yet. So, you know, oil, you're going to have plenty of raw crude oil to work with. So I may make the refining very lossy, right? You're going to be, for every liter you process, you may only get 1/10 of a liter of output, right? So I'm not 100% sure how I want to balance that. But yeah, you're going to have MB tier, you're going to have also a mechanical power system to make electricity. so you can make like windmills. It's going to be inefficient, but it's going to be, you're going to be able to build basically a dynamo on a mechanical thing, and then you're going to be able to generate power with that. So that's going to be one of the first things I try to tackle, because that's still a single block, I think. And then it's going to be the multi-block system, and then it's going to be all the machines. So there's going to be big gaps next year in weekly builds, because with that multi-block system, it's going to take me weeks to grind through that. So that's going to be unfortunate. But, as the system builds and develops, I'm going to try to work my way through it. But once that system is in place and it actually works, adding the multi-block machines, then it becomes, well, I'm going to need shapes. I'm going to need things that I can plug right in and build and work with. So yeah, if you were a shape artist or a texture person or both, I could really use some help. Especially with the big multi-block ones, because those are going to be interesting. But that is going to do it for this stream. That is going to close out this year's Vintage Engineering Development. I thank everybody for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself, if you learned anything, if you're excited to play this. And consider being a patron or a channel member and getting access to the weekly builds of this mod as we have them come available. And I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday, where we are going to start a Vanilla Plus playthrough of Factorio, which should not take us very long and should prep our mindset for the expansion. And I know everybody and their mother is covering the expansion right now. I did not get early access to it. Tons and tons of channels got early access to the Factorio expansion. And I literally started my channel 9 years ago on Factorio. And I've got hundreds of videos. And I was not contacted. They did not offer me early access at all. So take that how you will. I don't know. It's just, it's frustrating. And I know everybody's playing it, and I am trying to avoid spoilers, so we can play it as a group in multiplayer all come November 2nd. We're going to all jump into the expansion. So I hope we can make it till then. And I hope people come out and watch, because, it is what it is. If you're not sick of Factorio content by then, I'll be very happy. Otherwise, everybody have a great rest of your week, and hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.